Okay, good morning all. Where are we? 12th of May, 2026. I'll be live outside number 10 for calls for Kier Starmer to resign. We just waiting for some audio here, and hopefully we will have some news for you shortly. Bear with me and I'll be with you in the chat.
Although it feels very much like the chaos is very much already here. Clearly she, and there are others in the cabinet too, feel that this is not the time.
These are other reporters you can hear reporting outside number 10 at the moment.
King's speech tomorrow to lay out the government's legislative agenda for the next term. But I think what happens in the coming hours and could be critical. West Streeting is normally pretty happy to talk to the media, very, very tight-lipped, walked away, giving nothing away. I think a lot depends now on what he does next, because he has told the Prime Minister in the past that he won't move against him first, but if it's clear that the PM position is untenable, then he will challenge for the leadership. He says he's got the numbers. This is likely the best chance that the Health Secretary has to get the job that he's always wanted, while Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the favourite among many, seen as the best option, because he's the only person that holds better with the public, the general public, the voting public, in terms of being a leader, while he is out of the picture and doesn't have a seat. But if West Streeting believes, he won't be alone. There's no way that the left of the party will allow that. So then we might see Angela Rayner, well, the HMRC is still investigating her over her tax. She said yesterday that it was a mistake not to let Andy Burnham stand in Sorting and Denton. We might get Ed Miliband again. He has said to the Prime Minister in the past that the Prime Minister should set out a timetable. Though he apparently doesn't do top jobs, but again, these are people who are not just going to sit aside and let West Streeting walk into Downing Street. But of course, we are getting a little bit of a foot of ourselves. Currently, the Prime Minister is still acting.
Nothing has triggered the words of another Minister, Peter Hyland, who came out of the meeting, meaning no leadership challenge has been triggered. Well, joining me now is Professor John Tom, Professor of Politics at the University of Liverpool. Thank you very much, John, for joining us here on BBC News. I think we need to sort of all take a collective breath and reflect on what's been happening here over the last few hours. Just give us your initial thoughts.
Yeah, Diane, his speech yesterday just totally contradicts himself, but talking about agitators, I'm not going to say the words, but he doesn't mention about all the terrorist organisation group that were hundreds and hundreds arrested in Trafalgar Square and in Parliament Square in recent months. No mention of that though, was there? Just pointing that out for everyone.
Yorkshire tea, I like.
Don't forget, guys, if you're here watching this live, please hit that like button for me. Come on, the more likes we get, we might get a result here. No resignation as of yet, but it's just curious how there's lots of media outside 10 Downing Street and they ain't going to be there for no reason. Yeah, So this could be imminent, okay? Any minute we could see Kier Starmer resign live. So make sure you hit that like button for me. Share this with your friends. I don't know how long we'll be here for, but I'm sure we'll see something soon. So what you can hear is other members of the press outside 10 Downing Street talking in the background. This is me talking from home. All right.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so you went around that in, well, it's in already.
Yes, sir. That will see there. Yeah.
Well, if you stick around for long enough, you might see him kicking and screaming.
How damaging is this for Labour ahead of the King's speech tomorrow when it sets out its parliamentary programme for this year? Okay, John, thank you very much, Professor John Tom from the University of Liverpool, with his thoughts on,
I mean, yeah,
very fast-moving few hours here in Downing Street. Cameron building is over. Some ministers have coming out saying they support the
Lucy has said there was a lot of cars
others
inside.
have saying it's just others with nothing to say at this stage.
So yeah, we sort of do that anymore. Obviously, Downing Street's full of press because they're going to do all of their, live and all of that.
Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to line this video up a bit better for you, okay?
Sorry. Just hearing about like
Yeah, can anyone just talk me through what the order is, just immediately after the headlines?
It's an interesting day. Yeah, we did. All of the Preston and Steve.
Here it is. Got it.
wanted to sort of, very unusual because basically, when I am this was about 2 years. He's done it longer, but a lot of the experience journalists really ever do that. If they're all
Business reaction, yeah. Market reaction, yeah, it does. I don't see. Oh yeah, yeah. I can see the John Healy post on X.
it's not kind of so, well, private sector is right. That's the issue. Those are the rules?
Yeah, no, I don't think. It doesn't feel like it's quite the right moment for it.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone, those people
Good morning, Lynn. UTK Blue, good morning. Jason the Plays, hello, welcome everyone. Don't forget to hit like button for us, please.
Sorry, just fixing my mic. Just pop it off. I think I've got it. Yeah. Is that sounding okay? Is that all right? Did we provide just reposition the mic? Happy with the song? Great, thank you.
Sorry.
This is BBC News, the headlines for you. Key minister is back, so Kier Starmer after a crunch cabinet meeting here in Downing Street. Pressure builds on Prime Minister to resign. Kier Starmer says he is staying put and will get on with governing, but the numbers in fact roll against him. 80 of his MPs have now called on him to set out a timetable for leave, or indeed to go immediately. As the Prime Minister fights for his future and faces off with his cabinet.
What I would know is why is that?
As the Prime Minister fights for his future and faces off with his cabinet here in Downing Street. Live coverage continues now on BBC News.
Some people don't sleep this through.
Yes, welcome back.
But notice it's been a beautiful day down in Tuesday. The weather's quite nice, except it's been a little bit cold.
We've been following over the last few hours everything that's been happening here, including that.
No, I've had a quick glimpse on it.
Leaving Downing Street, leaving number 10 a short time ago. After that,
That's the only thing
the allies want to back the Prime Minister after Keir Starmer told us
Anyway, nice to talk to you, sir.
staying
Nice to
put.
talk to you.
Pressure is mounting on him following those disastrous election results for the Labour Party across England, Scotland and Wales last week. But he says he takes responsibility for the results and that the process for challenging a leader has not been triggered. And as a result, here is saying he will get on with governing. Well, that's about now by Defence Secretary John Healy, who we saw leaving that meeting a short time ago. He's posted on X, and this is what he said. People are worried about current conflicts and looming global crises. They expect their government to lead the country through, as the Prime Minister is doing. More instability is not national interest. Prime Minister Healy says our core focus now is on dealing with the economic and security challenges. And of course, the purpose of this cabinet meeting before the events of the last week or so was to talk about the war with Iran. That was indeed discussed. One of the key arguments for the people supporting the Prime Minister to stay in the job is that with the war with Iran, with the war in Ukraine continuing, and other global challenges, a change of leadership contest would only add to instability for the UK. Well, Peter Kyle is the Secretary of State for Business and Trade.
Well, we'll see. She's got plenty of fun.
What's the meeting?
No, that was me. I was I didn't accept it. I wonder why
So Peter Kyle there emphasising that he is getting on with his business, going to a meeting in Brussels, and obviously business, the markets always love certainty, don't they? So what impact is all of this question about Keir Starmer, future Prime Minister, having on some markets? Joining me now, BBC Business, is Ramzan Kamali. Ramzan, good to have you with us again. Just give us a sense of that market reaction to this political instability.
number one. Tim, just in the and then Lewis. How much?
Good morning to you. Why is that?
If you were here on time. If you were here on time. You know what? I should have done this. How are you? Much colder. We said an Arab Sahara dust.
Yeah, so
Right, Carl, guys, while we're waiting, we've got 80 odd people watching and about 13 or 14 likes. Come on, guys, hit that like button for us. Let's get some more people watching this. Let's get some more activity, yeah? You're supporting me, not Starmer. Thank you very much.
yeah, so Ramzan, in very practical terms, how does what's happening here filter through into the average person? Okay, Ramzan, thank you very much for that.
Why didn't you do that before? Why?
We're still looking at those pictures of cabinet ministers leaving, getting on with their days, getting on with business. Those of them who chose to speak to us told us that they were getting on with writing in their diaries. Some of them sleeping, some going out via the back door down the street, choosing to go away for their So let's try and take stock of what has been a pretty extraordinary, dramatic, fast-moving few hours. Do that work with
I wasn't just empty.
on what has been going on over the past few months.
So it's pretty clear there has been operations by some Islam's allies in the cabinet trying to shore up the Prime Minister's position because you heard what the Prime Minister said to his cabinet colleagues at the very top of that meeting. Effectively, there has been an official leadership challenge with getting on with the business of the government, and then you had that really extraordinary situation which just doesn't happen very often, where cabinet ministers come out after a meeting and address the cameras as a crowd and journalists raising it. That shows you what's at stake right now. But it's also interesting to note that we didn't start hearing from the candidates. So we're street to those 4 works and then how it might unfold. So the official Labour Party rules say that in order to trigger the leadership contest, you need 81 MPs, that's 20% of the parliamentary Labour Party, to rally behind one candidate, one alternative to the Prime Minister. That hasn't happened. Exactly as you say, Anita, you have more than 80 MPs saying they either want to go or we should set a timetable, make it larger, but they haven't coalesced around one alternative, which is why we're in this slightly strange position where you've got all of this pressure from some parts of the Labour backbenches, and it's important to note there are more than 300 Labour MPs in total. Some don't want to contest, some think the Prime Minister should say, some think this is all kind of self-inflicted wounds. But you can clearly see there's a lot of unrest, but they haven't reached that threshold yet to come out with kind of one possible alternative.
If you can all share this as well, please, on your social media, that'd be great. Please share this out. Yeah, let's send this breaking news out. Send a message to everyone.
And that becomes an unsustainable position, which is why it is so interesting Of course, they can say that, they will believe that, they hope that is the truth. There are some in the parliamentary Labour Party that think that is absolutely the right approach, but they can't ignore everything else that's going on.
And those positions, what I was wondering is, can I put them to the quick for tomorrow, like all of this stuff? Because we need like quite a lot, we kind of like the program.
Yeah, it feels like a very fast-moving situation at the moment. I've just been over in the Houses of Parliament.
Yes, I can, thank you.
To get a sense of how they're feeling.
Yeah,
And we're hearing this argument from some now, including the Defence Secretary John Healey, who's just put out this message on social media, effectively saying there's a lot of global instability right now and economic instability. We don't want to fuel that.
Yes, I can.
We can't down the crack of the job. There are others in the parliament.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Look, this is unsafe. You know, you've got so many people who've publicly gone over the top and expressed the fact they don't think that the Prime Minister is the right guy for the job. That we are now in a period of instability, whichever way you cut it. So, you know, we might as well crack on and try and get some sort of resolution to this. It still feels like things are moving pretty quickly. But what has been interesting this morning is the very first thing woke up and thought, wow, there's a cabinet meeting, what's going to happen? It was interesting to hear the Prime Minister's expression, which wasn't, okay, let me take down things, it was like, I see you have to go to contest, cracking on with the job, almost a bit of a challenge to anybody who might want to stand against him.
I don't mind any of them.
Do stay with us, but for the moment, thank you for that. And we'll go to a short break back here. And just stay with us on BBC.
Okay, so I still
Okay? And then picking up with Alex off the back.
yeah, because Oli's gonna finish quite soon, right?
Hey,
Oli might finish like relatively soon. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I will get everything ready for tomorrow.
Yes, please.
Okay. Nice. Okay, thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Yep, absolutely. Will that work? hours, we have been looking as cabinet ministers arrived in Downing Street for a crucial meeting with the Prime Minister, his future at stake, and then listening to some of them as they emerged afterwards, telling us of their support for the Prime Minister, telling us that they were getting on with business. Not everyone commenting, of course, including Wes Streeting, and much of the energy around who might challenge Keir Starmer to be the leader of the Labour Party, to be Prime Minister, is certainly centred on Wes Streeting, but he did not say anything else. He left number 10 a little earlier. And that meeting, interestingly, began with a very strong statement from the Prime Minister, essentially throwing down a challenge to members of the Cabinet who might be thinking of not backing him. And let me just take you through what he said. He said he was going to get on with governing in the face of those growing calls for him to resign. And just quoting from that statement now, he said, as I said yesterday, I take responsibility for these election results, and I take responsibility for delivering the change we promised. The past 48 hours have been destabilising for government, and that has a real economic cost for our country and for families. So Keir went on, the Labour Party has a process for challenging a leader, and that has not been triggered. The country expects us to get on to governing. That is what I am doing and what we must do as a cabinet. So he was essentially saying to anyone who might challenge him from within the cabinet, put up or shut up in a nutshell. And that was how.
Okay, bear with us. Stay there. They are. Bear with me, and I'll get another one up. Just wait a second. I think somebody's just changing their battery. Right, I'm just waiting to try and find another source for the live stream, so bear with me. We should have one in a minute, okay? you know, I'll be there Saturday live streaming as much as I can and uploading videos, okay? So keep an eye out. Okay, I found another one. Just give me a second. Right, so anyone just joining, I'm sure you know what's going on. We got a load of press outside 10 Downing Street, and there's been lots of calls for Keir Starmer to resign. So they're not out there for no reason. There's something is going to be said. We're just waiting for that to happen. Hopefully he's going to take his bag with him. Yeah. Right, anyway, don't forget, hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe, because I will be live in London on Saturday. So we're still waiting to hear anything. I can't find anything at the moment. Obviously, I'm tied up doing this as well, but we're trying to find out any news, okay? And I'll let you know if anything happens. And we'll see it, hopefully. Don't forget, stick around for a bit. Right, thank you everyone for sticking around. We're just waiting for Keir Starmer to come out and do a statement. Obviously, there is something going on, as they wouldn't have lots of press outside 10 Downing Street for no reason, would they? And many thanks for everyone for joining. And any news I can bring you, I'll let you know as soon as it happens. No, Jojo, there's no time. There's nothing been announced anywhere. I don't know why they're all outside reporting this. So it could be at any time, Jojo, to be honest. Obviously, something is going to happen. Are we just waiting to find out what? Hopefully, it won't be long. And hopefully, he'll have his suitcase with him. All right.
unusual in itself. That doesn't normally happen after a cabinet meeting. One person who did it was Wes Streeting, and for a long time it is no secret in Westminster that Wes Streeting has had his eyes on the top job. Now he has reportedly said that he doesn't want to be the one to launch a leadership challenge, although he would be prepared if he found himself in that situation. But we haven't heard anything from him directly this morning, Wes Streeting, so that's obviously prompted an awful lot of speculation about what might come next. It's also worth noting that while you did have people like Jenny Chapman, Baroness Chapman, a very close ally of the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, come out and addressed in the same the Prime Minister's got her full support. She also said there were no dissenting voices around the cabinet table. One source has said that some ministers tried to speak to the Prime Minister after that cabinet meeting about his leadership, and he didn't give to.
I think the only thing we can do now is just sit by and wait. Maybe at 12:30 we could see something happen in 10 minutes. We just have to sit tight and wait. Thank you everyone for joining and staying by and watching. As I said, we're live outside 10 Downing Street. I'm not there myself, but we can restream this.
But it's worth remembering there are more than 400 Labour MPs in Parliament. A lot of them do not want to see some internal leadership contest or all of this infighting breaking out in public. So we are still in a very much watch, wait and guess what might happen next situation. Because he can't, because he isn't an MP. He is the Mayor of Greater Manchester. And you remember, he did express an interest in becoming an MP in that Gorton and Denton by-election in Greater Manchester, but Labour's ruling body blocked him from doing that. He cannot launch a leadership challenge unless he is an MP. To be an MP, you have to find a seat, win it, get back to Parliament, and then launch a contest. And after those local election results, there's very few seats in this country that would be deemed entirely safe. So while there's a lot of people here who might support Andy Burnham, Labour MPs, what they would have to do is find a route back to Westminster, and that's not entirely straightforward, and it might take some time.
Some of your comments have been hilarious, by the way. Yeah, keep them coming. This is great reading. We're still waiting to hear it. So something. Hopefully, it won't be too long. All right.
I always forget to take pictures of days.
I don't know if you can pick that up or you can hear that, but there's somebody at the gates shouting something. You can just about pick it up in the background and keep a listen out.
I think do some separate otherwise. I think, yeah, it's more over there. Yeah. Oh yes, yes. Could I? You might be asking yourself, how on earth are we here again? It's less than 2 years since Keir Starmer stood outside the door to number 10, arriving as a new Prime Minister, and told us he was going to bring change, a politics which treads more lightly on our lives. And now, swirling suggestions that Keir Starmer might be on the way out. Now, how's that happened? For months now, I've been speaking to Dave Renton and Minister privately about their concerns about Keir Starmer's premiership. And in recent days, that's spilled over into the public. Some have concerns about the direction of the government. Why are they cutting things like winter fuel allowance or not doing more for those who struggle to make ends meet? Others say, why are they tackling what one might seem to emulate Reform UK on immigration? Real concerns about losses in local elections last year, but particularly this year, where they also near wiped out in Wales and Scotland. And then, of course, there's the question of Peter Hayes, Prince of Darkness, who once served Tony Blair as Lord of Number 10, brought back by Keir Starmer, and then sacked. How's the scale of his relationship?
Okay, question for you all. Want you to do something for me quickly in the chat. What are you doing at the moment with an emoji? Okay, with one emoji, put in the chat what you're doing right now, apart from watching and listening to this. All right, go.
While everyone's talking about Peter House, they're not talking about the things the government has done. And they say there are some things that they're pleased about. They should be shouting from the rooftop, the Renters' Rights Act, helping to protect people from no-fault evictions, help on energy bills, moving to a greener. And they say there are things that are positive the government has achieved, but they're not shouting about it enough. The Renters' Rights Act to provide protection to renters against no-fault evictions, a move to a greener energy system, helping people with energy bills, the two-child benefit cap, breakfast clubs, the list goes on. But it's a list that more and more Labour feel isn't being heard because of Keir Starmer. They think he's not selling it properly, and the questions about his judgment have overshadowed the message the government has been trying to sell. Now, there are disagreements amongst Labour MPs. Is it the message, or is it the message? If it's the message, well then that comes to who comes next. Should the party tax the right to try and take on Reform UK? That's the approach to something where shooting could be good at. Or tap to the left, try and bring back some of those voters who've gone to the Greens, the Lib Dems, the SNP, and Plaid Cymru. Angela Rayner is on the left of the party, but so too is Andy Burnham. The problem for him, he's not an MP, which means he couldn't currently challenge Keir Starmer for the leadership. And that's the message that Keir Starmer delivered to his cabinet today. The rules are the rules. And that's the message that Keir Starmer delivered to the cabinet today. There is no challenge. No challenge has been triggered, so I carry on. Essentially saying, John Major once did, put up or shut up. And that's the message that Keir Starmer has delivered to his cabinet in number 10 today. The rules are the rules. No challenge has been triggered, so I go on. He's essentially saying, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Put up or shut up until one of you decides to challenge me. I am Prime Minister, and on I go. His problem is dozens of Labour MPs don't want him to go on, and they fear he's damaging the party in the meantime. And I was reflecting as I came into Downing this morning, I was surrounded by. And I was reflecting as I came. Should we do it today? And I reflected as I came into Downing Street today. I've been
No, mate, no, just at home. At home. I will be in London, obviously, on Saturday, though, mate, yeah? And I will hope to see you there afterwards. So, yeah, we're still waiting for an announcement. There's lots of press outside 10 Downing Street at the moment. Are we just waiting for Keir Starmer to come out and blame everybody else that he's going to have to resign, right? Yeah, get over there, Roy. I think somebody was shouting something from the main gate a little while ago, but it's gone quiet now, so they've probably arrested him or moved him on. But yeah, I'll see you in the same place, yeah? I'll be there for a couple of drinks. Yeah, give me a bell later, Roy, when you get a minute, or whenever you're free, mate. Give me a ring, mate, yeah? That'd be much appreciated, thank you. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, everyone knew he was bad from the beginning. And as to the other conversation that's going on in the chat, I really hope it ain't the Irons. I'll be really pleased to see Spurs go down to relegation. Hey, there's Rogers, Roy. They're coming for you, mate. They're coming for you, Roy. No, I haven't heard it, mate. I haven't heard it. There's a lot of AI stuff around. But I'm going to give it another half an hour. So we should hear something by, just after 1 if something's going to happen, in my opinion, okay? That's just me guessing. Anyone else thinking that give it till just after 1 o'clock, see what happens?
try and muster a final thought. I sound like we're sounding a bit better. Oh, it's because we lost our mic.
Shall we give you a headline rehearsal? We know that.
That'll be why. Okay. Yes, I've been talking about this level. I've got a microphone on now, so that probably sounds a bit better. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to the use of 1 and about this level. Yes, I can. I'm standing next to Beth, hearing her read out this resignation letter, so yes, I have attested. Hello. I can't remember who was talking to me from the gallery. Is it Megan? Megan, hi. Sorry. Shall I do that as the intro to Ben's VT? Or is there like headline?
Yep.
Sure.
So great news like Jess Phillips, the safeguarding minister, has resigned from government, saying that she's not seen a change that she thinks is
Hello. Sorry.
Yeah, well, don't have
Declining
it
standard.
confirmed, guys.
me or sack me. That was the Prime Minister's message to his MPs earlier today. It's re-established a bit of his fragile authority. In the last few minutes, another resignation from government.
Yeah, still very much here at Downing Street, Vicky, and we are still very much where we were, which is this situation of Downing Street Keir Starmer sending this message that he wants to get on with the business of governing, despite all of this pushback from so many of his own Labour MPs. What's interesting, Vicky, is that you've had on your programme a perfect example of what is happening, which is there is no consensus within the Labour Party about what should come next. Some Labour MPs hating all of this, playing out in public, furious with their colleagues who've gone over the top and said that they think that the Prime Minister shouldn't be in his job. We've had some of the Cabinet rallying round, but not all of them. So I think what we're watching for now, really, for the rest of the day, Vicky, is after that message from the Prime Minister effectively trying to shore up support amongst his Cabinet, is whether anybody else moves. Are we going to see any other ministers take any action this afternoon? Are we going to hear any possible leadership contenders, including, of course, Wes Streeting? Lots of eyes on the Health Secretary to see if we have any indication about what he chooses to do next. Because as we are having this conversation, yes, more than 80 MPs have said they think Keir Starmer should go, but they have not coalesced around an alternative. And until and unless they do that, we're not in a leadership contest.
There seems to be a bit more activity on that door in the last few minutes. So, coming up to 1 PM, hopefully we should see something soon.
Okay. Just Phillips has just resigned. Yes, I can, thank you. Have you broken that Jess Phillips has resigned? Have you broken that Jess Phillips has resigned or not?
Right, did you hear that?
Has Tom been talking about that?
Jess Phillips has resigned, is that correct? Can somebody have a look for me, or let me have a quick look? Apparently, from what I just heard then, Jess Phillips has resigned, is that right? That's what I just heard one of the other reporters saying. Yet to be confirmed, okay? Keep an eye out on that one. And Panda, no, I don't believe there was any time specified at all. They're just waiting.
Things seemed slightly calmer after the cabinet meeting, but now Jess Phillips, the safeguarding minister, has resigned. That is a very, very big deal. Could more be about to follow?
Right, so there you go. It appears like Jess Phillips has resigned. I'm yet to confirm that, though, okay? Yeah, I believe that's Beth Rigby. You can hear in the background.
For now, yes, Nina. Let me start with the breaking news and then work backwards. We have just had in the past few minutes.
Yeah, safeguarding minister has resigned. Jess Phillips has resigned. Okay, that is confirmed now. Okay.
Solidarity from cabinet ministers that came to talk to us, but that's changing now because Jess Phillips, the safeguarding minister, has just resigned in the last few minutes, and that is a very, very big deal indeed. She once put her name forward for the Labour leadership. She is a big figure, and she has sent a letter to the Prime Minister which she has published, and she has talked about the work they've done together, and she said, I think you are a good man, fundamentally, who cares about the right things. However, I have seen firsthand how that is not enough. She goes on to say about work that she's been doing to do with violence against women and girls, that she's been trying to get the Prime Minister to move on, and she's been given various assurances, but that it just has not happened. And she goes on to say Labour governments come around very rarely. It is true they are precious. And she basically says that they have a chance to change the country, and she doesn't feel that the Prime Minister is seizing that and acting with the urgency that is needed. And so she is resigning from government. Other details we can bring you is a bit more has emerged about what happened or didn't happen during that crucial cabinet meeting. And it seems that, yes, the Prime Minister said he was going nowhere, but also he made it clear that he is not up for a discussion about the election result or the leadership. And if anybody wanted to talk to him, they should find him individually after and do that. Now, apparently some did try to talk to him, Wes Streeting included, and he did not talk to Wes Streeting. So all eyes now on what Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, does now. He has a window of opportunity. Sure, over 80 Labour MPs have called on the Prime Minister to go, but at the moment there is no one challenger that has gone over the top. If Wes Streeting decides to seize the day, it'll make him very, very unpopular with many, and likely somebody from the left of the party will decide to run against him. Meanwhile, the Mayor of Greater Manchester cancelled an event earlier and has come down on a train to London. He was spotted at Euston. We don't know what he's up to. If the Prime Minister goes, at the moment, Andy Burnham doesn't have a way to get the Prime Minister's job. Although reports circulating that he has got a Labour MP ready to stand down and force a by-election. Of course, is there a winnable Labour seat in the country? Would the NEC block him? So many questions, but it is quite incredible that we are standing here less than 2 years after Labour won that landslide, promising to stop the chaos.
I just want to emphasise how extraordinary it was standing here in Downing Street, watching those cabinet ministers emerge from the building behind me, giving impromptu press conferences about what had just unfolded in that cabinet prime ministers, and I appreciate in this era it's been particularly long too, but I have never seen anything like it. Worth noting, some of the first cabinet ministers to come out, people like Sir Kyle, the business secretary, Liz Kendall, the science secretary, Cathy Fadden, the work and pension secretary, they are ideologically and personally close to Wes Street. That will surely inform that big question hanging over Westminster now. What will Wes Streeting do? Will he challenge? And then from the other wing of the Prime Minister's critics, what will Andy Burnham do? The Mayor of Greater Manchester has been spotted in London today. He would like to see her. First he needs to become an MP. We are told by his supporters he has a plan to become an MP. The best time for him to unveil that plan was surely yesterday. Next best, surely today. That's the question. I think that's actually to an extent the question the Prime Minister is posing his MPs. Worth noting that even though there are upwards of 80 MPs who have called on the Prime Minister to go, they are divided among themselves about what specifically they want to have next. And that is a minority, sure, a large minority, but a minority of what Keir Starmer won almost 2 years ago, which is a vast parliamentary Labour Party. There are lots of Labour MPs, and they're being more vocal about it today, who want the Prime Minister to go on, not necessarily in many cases because they have greater vote. But the Prime Minister is not out of the woods yet. With his bold display of Prime Ministerial authority earlier today, he's put himself back in the game. But anyone who tells
So what happened? They cut me off and they went back to showing Mark and Nana, who were both on their laptops.
Quite funny when you can hear behind the scenes stuff going on, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, can I sit down? But I won't go anywhere till Tom arrives. But I've seen that. So he's heading over. So I will sit down. If anything else breaks, I can be up inside of about a minute. But I just need to sit down. Is that okay? Okay. All right. Thanks. Bye bye.
Do you know what the throw is? Okay, thank you. That's great. Yeah, lovely.
Just remember who told you. That's all I'm saying.
search me, Nina. 3 numbers for you. 1, 2, 10. 1, that is the number of days until the King comes here to Westminster tomorrow to unveil his government's legislative agenda. So Keir Starmer leads the King's government for now. Will that legislative agenda survive under Sir Keir Starmer or under a new Labour leader Prime Minister? We do not know. 2, it's not even 2 years since Rishi Sunak emerged from that building behind him in the driving rain and called a general election. Wow, how quickly things have turned for the Labour Party. And 10, next month, 10 years since the EU referendum which led to the UK ultimately leaving the European Union. The political chaos ensued in Britain. There's absolutely no sign of abatement. Thanks guys, that was fun. Not to me, I don't think. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to start a poll in the chat, guys. I'm going to start a poll in the chat. So please keep an eye out for it and hit your votes, yeah?
Hold on, sir. You're all right.
Right, okay, cheers for the poll. Unanimous, we keep it going, okay? Oh yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, yeah, we'll do Glenn. Cheers, mate. If anyone doesn't know, tomorrow is supposed to be the state opening of Parliament. So it could be a good day to resign. I forgot about that. So yeah, tomorrow, instead of, I'm not sure if they have Prime Minister's question time afterwards at all. I'm not sure on that. I did have a look. But yeah, tomorrow is state opening of Parliament with King Charles. Just in case anyone didn't know that. But I'll be live streaming that as well. Yeah, we had the news in about half an hour ago that Jess Phillips resigned, and we're just waiting to hear any other news that comes in. As soon as anything happens, I will let you know. And thanks for joining me today. And we keep going. Sorry guys, I was away for a second just seeing if there's anything happening. I haven't seen anything else as of yet. But I just did find something funny on X. If you're not following me on X, then follow me at City Events. But I haven't heard anything at the moment. There's some great memes going around X at the moment. Go and follow me there, yeah, to see them. So yeah, there's been about 5 that have either resigned or sacked at the moment. That's what we know of. And hopefully we'll be getting Kier Starmer to resign soon. But there's some good things going on. Yeah, that's it, mate. 1 PM, just before 1 PM today, Jess Phillips resigned. So it's falling down. It's collapsing around him. No, I haven't got that yet, mate. Let me know if you can.
Catherine? Yeah. Come a bit closer.
I can't find nothing on that one at the moment, mate, but I'm sure it will come through soon.
Hello. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, I just retweeted it. I found it on X. Let me read. I've got his letter there, but I can't read it myself, to be honest. I can't see it. So yeah, Alex Davis Jones, MP, has resigned. His letter is on X at the moment. I've reposted it. Politics UK has posted that literally six minutes ago.
Hi, Meg. How are you?
So yeah, another one bites the dust, so to speak.
Sure.
Okay, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, but I might talk to her about
UTK.
Wales.
Cheers for that, mate.
She's the Yes, I'm just skimming it now. Pontypridd. How do you? Yes, yes, that's great. Let's talk about Wales. Pontypridd. Do you sound the D or not? Pontypridd.
I think so, yeah. Oh, TH, Pontypridd.
Pontypridd. TH. another one. We've now had 2 ministers resign in the last hour or so. We had Jess Phillips, the victims minister.
Yeah, Jess Phillips
And now we have
resigned just
Alex
before 1 p.m.
Davies-Jones, the victims
Ian,
minister,
welcome back, love.
and the MP from
And
Wales.
Alex Jones has just
And
resigned.
she's written a letter saying, again, as Jess Phillips did, I know you to be a good and honest man. She talks about it being the honour of her life to have served, to work for victims and tackling against violence against women and girls. Of course, the government has said that it will halve violence against women and girls in 10 years. But she says we needed to do more. And she talks of the election losses. She says the scale of the electoral defeats at the Senate and across the United Kingdom have been catastrophic. And I was in Wales last week when the then First Minister Eleanor Morgan lost her seat. Catastrophic was the word that she used. We've seen it across the country in Red Wall, in Wales, in Scotland, traditional Labour heartlands that have turned away from the Labour Party because they feel that the Labour Party has abandoned them. And we now have Wales, a country that has been associated with Labour for over 100 years, where only 9 of the 96 MSs there are Labour. It's a country now dominated by Plaid, the Nationalist Party, in the west, and by Reform in the east. So here we are. That cabinet meeting earlier seemed to have steadied the ship. The Prime Minister has said, he said it for several days, and he was still saying it this morning, that he is going nowhere. Cabinet ministers rode out behind him. But Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, was very tight-lipped, didn't say a word. We know that he is currently best positioned to make a move. Will he? Because if he doesn't go now and Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, finds a way back to Parliament, the chances are that he would get it. He is the favourite option, really. So it could be now or never for Wes Streeting, but if he does go, there's plenty of Labour MPs that frankly can't stand Wes Streeting, and there will be certainly somebody else who will stand as well. So this government promised to end the chaos of the Conservatives infighting and churning through of Prime Ministers, but at the moment it feels like we're in that world yet again.
How's that spelled on the end?
London taxi driver.
No update so far, just that Alex Davies-Jones has resigned as well. The memes are funny, Kim. They are indeed. Tommy posted about just over an hour ago about joining the Valley March on Saturday to get Keir Starmer out. Hopefully he's wrong and he'll already be gone. Yeah? Well, hopefully he'll be gone this afternoon. What we all hope for, isn't it? Let me know your opinion.
Down the street, this is BBC News. Live from Downing Street, this is BBC News.
I must admit, I hate Domino's, but when you're hungry, ain't you?
Labour MPs are calling for Kier Starmer to go. Sorry, that doesn't make sense either. Do you want to just editorially check all those and then have a quick scroll through that. You're adjusting the camera mic. Can I just scroll through the heads again, make sure they make sense? What? Oh, right. That's what tells the Prime Minister's words on these. Have a look at the top intro as well, just in case. Yeah. Live from Downing Street, this is BBC News. Good afternoon.
So where are we? What's the time? Nearly 2 p.m. now, and people resigning. 2 resignations in the last couple of hours, and we're just waiting to hear from Keir Starmer. We're just waiting for him to put his head out the door and say, "I quit." So yeah, hopefully it won't be long. And for anyone wanting any pizza, JC's buying.
jubbly.
It's BBC again. Three government ministers resign.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fine, that's great, thank you. No, you've got it. But I've got Harry Fowler with me, so he can do that. Okay. All right, thank you. Live from Downing Street, this is BBC News. Three government ministers resign, calling on the Prime Minister to step down or at least set out a timetable to depart number 10. In her departing resignation letter, Jess Phillips tells the Prime Minister it is words, not deeds that matter. Meanwhile,
As three ministers resign, two in the last hour, the question becomes, who's next? How much more can the Prime Minister
now
take?
urged Starmer to quit immediately or to draw up a timetable to leave. Hello, very good afternoon. Welcome to Downing Street. The MP for Birmingham Yard, Jess Phillips, one of Labour's most recognisable figures, has quit as a government minister. In a stinging rebuke of the Prime Minister, Ms Phillips, the Minister for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls, accused him of being far too timid. I think you're a good man fundamentally, she wrote, but the desire not to have an argument means we rarely make an argument at all, leaving opportunities for progress stalled and delayed. In reference to online grooming, she said it has taken
Oh dear. Oh dear. The spinning wheel. Hold on a second. Bear with me a minute. I think we might have lost that stream. Okay. Unfortunately, let me. We've been going a while. So, hold on. Hold on. Are we back? Did it just glitch? Hold on. No. Hold on.
In order to, is this for
we're back.
Burnham needs to approve for the NEC to become a by-election candidate? Because if that was the question, then the answer is yes. So the NEC does not play a role in a leadership challenge to Keir Starmer. That could be done purely parliamentarily. So the way that a challenge against Keir Starmer could take shape is that someone within the Parliamentary Labour Party, within the House of Commons, declares themselves a candidate. If then 80 other Labour MPs nominate that candidacy, 81 in total, that would force a leadership election. And as long as Keir Starmer then does not resign and fights that election, that immediately takes us into an election situation. Other candidates would likely put themselves forward, and the only threshold for a candidate to stand in that scenario would be to get that percentage of MPs, that 81 that we're looking at.
Now, there are other scenarios of leadership elections where, in a scenario where the Prime Minister were to resign himself, there are all sorts of complicated rules within the Labour Party about having nominations from constituency Labour parties, about having nominations from what are known as socialist societies, as well as having MP nominations as well. So these are two sort of different tracks that a leadership election can take place within the Labour Party. Where the NEC comes in about is in the context of Andy Burnham, who is currently not a Member of Parliament. In order to stand in a leadership contest under the Labour Party rules, you have to be a Member of Parliament. And also under the Labour Party rules, in order to become a Member of Parliament mid-term, to stand in a by-election, that needs to pass a special subcommittee of the NEC of 10 or 11 members of the NEC, which of course blocked Andy Burnham from becoming an MP in Gorton to Denton when he sought to get onto the shortlist for the nomination for the local Labour Party there. The NEC committee blocked his attempts to do so. There's been all sorts of reporting whether they would do that again, and given the febrile and changing atmosphere in Westminster as we speak, I think it's hard to say whether or not the NEC committee would actually block Andy Burnham. But the received wisdom here in Westminster is that a shorter contest would favour someone like Wes Streeting, that a contest held sooner rather than later would favour someone like Wes Streeting, and a contest held well off into the future would favour someone like Andy Burnham, given him time to attempt to return to the House of Commons and sit on those green benches once more. And you can start to see who sort of falls into which camp within the Labour Party, within the parliamentary party, judging by the letters that they have written to the Prime Minister declaring no confidence in him. Some say we need a long, considered, managed transition. Now, to translate that Westminster speak into something in the real world, that means I support Andy Burnham. There are others who say that we need a rapid contest, that we need to quickly replace the Prime Minister and get on with the job of government. That is basically Westminster speak for I support Wes Streeting. They're not saying it exactly in terms, but if you read into the detail of these letters, you can begin to build a picture of where these individual MPs stand.
What's going on here? Anyone recognise anyone?
It's a slightly surreal moment now. It's just been just White streets being swept today. The King's speech tomorrow. The King will deliver his Prime Minister's agenda, which currently you saw without three junior ministers who resigned.
I don't know about this, but she could have got the fucking photo right the first time round. I don't know why she's doing it again. Anyway.
wiped out.
Could be debt collectors. Yeah, Jojo's still here, still waiting. No update on anything as of yet.
Well, that's precisely the point I was just making to Harry. Tomorrow, the King's going to set out the Prime Minister's agenda, but right now, the Prime Minister isn't in a position to communicate the agenda because he's fixed on this, and he doesn't have some of the junior ministers in post to deliberate. But when you say doing things faster, you knew the process of this was. He comes out get any detail on Europe. We already know the government is committed to more apprentices, and we already know that the government is running British Steel. We know he's speaking at national steel. There's nothing new in this speech, and that's why many of the MPs are despairing. Well, with respect, Jess Phillips doesn't think. Jess. With respect, Jess Phillips doesn't. It's the socials. She said for the last year, as the minister in charge, she spent a year trying to get the Prime Minister just to threaten to legislate, never mind to put something on the book.
So I'll be talking about this level. Is there something involving my mic? Is that what you're asking? Yeah.
Is the solution to what Jess Phillips is saying to bring back Harriet Harman? If there was a cabinet resignation today, to be honest, does it look untenable?
Yeah, that's not good news, Kim. Not good news.
But I get that, but you've had. I get that, but Shabana Manu has told you to go. West Street is left without any comment today. Ed Miliband is calling to set the timetable. Surely those people cannot remain in cabinet if he stays. There is going to have to be a much broader reshuffle. And if one of them resigns today, I mean, it stands to reason that this just looks very, very difficult. Well, Mr. Merrick, we're grateful that you're talking to us. Thank you for coming on the program. Let's take a short break. Around the world and across the UK,
online now, slotted over.
just a thought to carry on what we just heard.
So loud hum on it, can't use it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. 83 now.
You don't have a mic for me.
I'm keeping your thing open, Joe.
Half past, and then we'll do half past.
I'm keeping your WhatsApp open. So it's all back in.
So how's that? Are we talking about this level? Ready, Christian? Okay, you happy?
But back to a very feeble atmosphere here in being set up and barricades as we go through the afternoon. And that is because, as Chris Mason has been reporting in the last few minutes, he is being briefed. Remember, a lot of people do communicate to his solicitor in Westminster that more ministers are expected to resign at least this afternoon. Three union ministers go. And now I think the tally, see at the bottom right of the screen there, the tally of MPs calling on the Prime Minister.
Sorry, I stepped out to grab something to eat and get a drink quickly. What have I missed? What have I missed?
83 now. Important to say that make the case for the Prime Minister to stay, that there are many MPs who do not want to go. And also worth saying that all of these 83 MPs have got their names behind one particular candidate. Some of them are from either side of the party. Now, rather tell you that the Prime Minister's in an awful lot of trouble right now. Where this goes positively for the Prime Minister this afternoon. Let's bring in Matt Pound, who is former political director of Charles Reeves, and also political helper, advisor, organiser for Sir Kier Starmer. What do you think he'll be thinking in that door behind him this afternoon as the junior ministers resign around him? Not a responsibility to stand aside. There are all sorts of problems in the country that any candidate would find it difficult to deal with. But sometimes you need force of personality to drive issues through. And his critics within the Labour Party say he's not that man.
So we heard at the cabinet that Keir Starmer just didn't want to signal
it's interesting actually since he put out a statement saying he's digging in this afternoon, but actually the graph on the 30-year bond actually ticked downwards. The market seems to take some reassurance from that, which no doubt the Prime Minister's team will point to. I made the point earlier, and we're looking at the list of names on the right of our screen here, of those who've called on him to go, but it is the case, and I'm sure Sir Keir Starmer will make this point, that they don't throw their name behind any one candidate, and the rules say that an MP needs 81 letters. Is that why perhaps he's digging in? That, and of course the reason being that Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham are not in a position to take him on at this moment in time. Would you, I was putting the point to it, Murray, would you imagine that after the King's speech tomorrow he's going to have to reshuffle his cabinet? Well, can you see a scenario where Shabana Mahmood, West Streeting and Ed Miliband would stay in cabinet?
Lovely.
Thank you very much indeed for your time. It's good of you to come on the programme this afternoon, give us your thoughts. Just let me read you before we go to the break the comments from Clive Betts, the Labour MP for Sheffield South East. Of course, Wiltshire, a very difficult place for the Labour Party in last week's elections. He said this morning that it's up to the Cabinet to sort this out. There clearly is a lot of discontent. He says that it's not just among MPs. MPs are not waking up and saying we don't think we like the Prime Minister, let's tell him to go, he said. It's what everyone's experienced on the doorstep in the last few weeks. There are a number of ways forward, he adds. One is that he digs in and is forced out. The other is that he just carries on and we'll pay the price. That is the discussion that is ongoing in the Labour Party this afternoon. We'll take a short break. You're watching BBC News. Your mics.
Lots of police activity. Well, it's shift change or what, but it could be something happening, possibly. You never know. Somebody else resigning.
Okay, we're going to try to Harry's mic. Where you are.
don't have to stay there. You don't have to stay at the airport. The airport's tiny.
Sorry, I've taken my other mic off. This is the mic we have problems with, so I'm talking about the basic distorted when we tried in yeah, talking about this level. Sorry.
The idea is we go through it kind of line by line. Kind of second plan what the Prime Minister's done. Probably the end of what does this look like?
In about 3 minutes.
Just trying to get this done.
I'm just going to keep rolling then.
Okay, fine. Where are you coming up to?
Yeah, they're just saying about that. If you listen, we're all going.
Okay, fine. A day of high political drama in Westminster. Here is what we know. The Prime Minister is fighting to save his job. Government ministers and advisors have come out to call for him to step down. That sort of version of it.
It doesn't have to be word for word, obviously.
This morning we saw the Cabinet pour out of Downing Street. Some supporters of the Prime Minister, others opposed. So far, Kier Starmer remains defiant, telling the So far, Kier Starmer remains defiant, telling his cabinet this morning that he will get on with governing, refusing to step down. So, what now? All eyes are on the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, and other leadership rivals. Will they call for the Prime Minister to go? And will more government ministers join their calling? All eyes are on the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, and other leadership rivals. Will they challenge Kier Starmer to the top job? Or will more members of the government resign, calling for the Prime Minister to go? I might just change that final line. And all this as Westminster prepares for the King's Speech, where the government sets out its laws. And all this as Westminster prepares for the King's Speech tomorrow, where the government sets out the laws it wants to bring in for the year ahead. No idea. Sorry, let me change that. And all this as Westminster prepares for the King's speech tomorrow, where the government sets out the laws it wants to bring in for the year ahead. There's no certainty on who will lead that government.
Pollard gone. No.
That would have been quite seismic.
On the channel, yeah. And we got my mic. We got my. Why are you back up? What have I done with it? Right, all right, yeah. We have 1 minute now to talk about peace.
Maybe he's trying to corral something from politics to say, well, I have to think. Is this Hayes?
That does ring absolutely true. I've been personally following the Guido Fawkes list of registered individuals, members of Parliament who have publicly expressed their discontent with the Prime Minister and urged him to go. Now, of course, that's separate from those who have privately said such things. Many members of the Cabinet have said such things in private to the Prime Minister, and indeed, we just don't know how many people have privately signed themselves up to the sort of shadow leadership campaigns that have been rolling for many months now. whether that's Angela Rayner, Wes Streeting, or indeed Andy Burnham, who is down in London today, having got the train down from Manchester, reportedly to meet with Labour MPs amidst this febrile atmosphere here in Westminster. It's fair to say there are a number of individuals in the Cabinet and former Cabinet ministers like Andy Burnham who have been whining and dining Labour MPs for months, who have been putting out the feelers and getting to know those over 400 Labour MPs who are crucial if a leadership contest were to begin. They would need those names and they would need those nominations. But all the while we have now approaching 100 people declaring publicly they would like the Prime Minister to go. Reportedly, there is also now a letter doing the rounds of those loyal to the Prime Minister. Reportedly, around 100 have signed up to that letter, being promoted by the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, in what will probably be published later on this afternoon, an attempt for the Prime Minister to wrestle back the narrative from those series of resignations from parliamentary private secretaries and junior ministers that we have continued to see through this afternoon. The Prime Minister will be trying to wrestle back the narrative, and yet it does seem like the Prime Minister is not a man in control today. He has tried to say that he's going to stave this all off, that he is staying in situ, and yet after he's made those calls on his MPs to think about the bond markets, to think about the stability for the country, still more MPs say that he should go. Still more ministers announce their resignations. It feels like the Prime Minister in some ways is standing like King Canute, stood up against the sky, asking it to go back. Now I can see Pat McFadden just behind me, approaching Downing Street, of course a senior figure in this government.
What's your message to the Prime Minister, Mr McFadden?
Is the Prime Minister safe, Pat McFadden?
Back in the bunker? Will you ever come out?
Stony silence there from Pat McFadden, the Cabinet Office Minister heading into number 10. Nothing to say to the press, and yet meetings clearly going on behind that black door, not to do with the NHS or the economy, but instead to do with shoring up the position of the Prime Minister. It's the meetings that you do not want the leadership of the country to be engaged in. Frankly, it is the distraction that Kier Starmer spoke about earlier, and yet it is a distraction, frankly, that is integral to his being Prime Minister at this moment. He can't just wish away this distraction. Indeed, he is becoming consumed by it. And no doubt, Pat McFadden and others meeting in Downing Street today will be trying to plot through the next few days. How can they keep the Prime Minister in his job just that extra day after day after day? Get through the King's speech tomorrow, and yet for every eventuality they try and game plan, for every letter they try to get more and more backbench Labour MPs to sign up to, it seems that we again get more resignations, and that upends the entire calculation.
Yeah, I didn't want to speak over him while he was talking, but yeah, nothing really happening so far. I didn't know what the camera panned round and showed a little while ago. I missed it. Well, at least I've got some more people outside now.
Shouted at Pat McFadden going into the bunker, and it really does feel like Downing Street is a bit of a bunker today. Gordon Brown was accused of having a bunker mentality when he was Prime Minister, not listening to criticism, keeping those around him, those who were in favour of his in-group, in that in-group. Well, Gordon Brown's been brought back in as an advisor to this government, and I just wonder, is this Prime Minister having that same bunker mentality that Gordon Brown did, not just in his final days as Prime Minister before the election, but also those final days in May after the 2010 general election, when Gordon Brown was accused of being a squatter in number 10 throughout those coalition negotiations, after he'd lost that election, but before the coalition agreement was reached. But I digress. This Prime Minister is clearly meeting with allies and is clearly in the midst of crisis talks, trying to game plan the coming days, trying to find a way through. But it does seem, as the days have gone on, that path through for the Prime Minister has become narrower and narrower. As we've heard more MPs call for him to go and more ministers resign, the Prime Minister is in an ever more precarious position.
Don't forget, while we're here, you can join membership from £1.50, £1.99 a month and see exclusive live streams behind the scenes and early access to videos that will be coming out this Saturday after the United Kingdom rally. There'll be members only live streams, videos before everyone else. All right, just put that in for you. Thank you very much.
Starmer loyalist that we're looking at here? Is he the man in the grey suit that's come to deliver a message, or is it business as usual? That's what we're all waiting to find out. We've had 3 junior ministers resign in the course of the last few hours. Sir Keir Starmer for the start the auto cue? Okay.
Hello, got you loud and clear. Do you want me to do a top of the hour sort of speak over thing? Yeah. Great, 2 minutes. Yeah, no worries. Mark, could you pass me my bag? Yeah. Cheers.
So unless the leader resigns, is there a leadership election calendar? Is it launch the challenge? They with the support of 20% of Labour, it's 81 signatures, and letters that were sent to the chair. They need to get behind this contest. At that point, challenger nominees will need to get or the backing. Suppose that this was there to kick off a membership challenge, then of course you'd have to ask the question whether Sir Keir Starmer would run it. Francis Elliott is the editor of the House magazine, and spoke to the BBC as well. Looking at that time thing, hello. Yes. You have the
Yeah, I do, yeah. Yeah.
You have the cabinet meeting. This is from this morning.
Do it on camera, get a Jacket King sponsorship. So we're waiting for the barriers. camera.
No times at all. In fact, quite surreal given the fact that just outside the gates here in Downing Street, the police officers are lining up. Street sweepers here just in front of the Palace of Westminster. Everything's closed off. They are preparing.
Okay, so I can't find any news coming in at the moment, but obviously if anything happens, I will be the first to let you know. Hopefully the first anyway. But stay around. Much appreciated. If you haven't hit the like button, please make sure you're subscribed as well, because it does get missed. That'd be much appreciated. We'll see what else happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there a line in there about Alex David Jones? She was sort of missing from the queue at 2. I'm just about a second ahead of, I don't know who's on the interview, they're going to Sterling John. I'm just about a second and a half ahead of you though, if that helps. You help me just a beat quicker, if that's possible. Okay, so do you want to have a rattle through it then? Live from Downing Street, this is BBC News. Turmoil and chaos in British politics as more than 80 MPs urge Prime Minister Kier Starmer or at least to draw up a timetable to leave. 3 ministers resign, with one of them, Jess Phillips, telling Starmer that deeds, not words, matter. But the Prime Minister says he's staying put, telling his cabinet he will get on with governing. His allies say he's their full support. Just have a read of this, just to help me know where we're going. Welcome back to Downing Street. Welcome back to Downing Street. It is an increasingly free-flowing day in British politics. Resignations, statements, support, 3 journalists have gone, but no change.
Here in Downing Street, we are waiting. We've watched cabinet ministers walk into the door behind me, hunkered down with the Prime Minister, no doubt, planning a way through the coming hours and indeed the coming days. But yet, they are trying to contend with what feels like an unstoppable force. 3 ministerial resignations, 6 parliamentary private secretary resignations, and getting on for 100 members of Parliament, Labour members of Parliament, saying that this cannot go on, that the Prime Minister must leave, and announce that plan to stand down, that he must indeed stand aside for a contest. But what sort of contest might there be? Half of those who are calling for the Prime Minister to go want a speedy contest. Now that would indicate that they are supporters of Wes Streeting, someone who could take the job faster rather than later. Those who say that there should be an orderly transition and a long leadership contest, they appear to be supporters of Andy Burnham. Indeed, giving him time to return to Parliament in order to sit on those green benches once more and within the rules of the Labour Party stand to be leader. And yet, all of this feels like it is an incredible amount of flux as things stand. We're expecting further ministerial resignations throughout this afternoon. And yet, what might the Prime Minister say about all of this? It's the King's speech tomorrow, and everything feels incredibly unstable as things stand.
Live from Downing Street, this is BBC News. Turmoil and chaos in British politics as more than 80 MPs urge the Prime Minister Kier Starmer to quit immediately ministers have resigned, with one of them, Jess Phillips, telling Starmer that deeds, not words, matter. But the Prime Minister says he is staying put, telling his cabinet he will get on with governing. His allies say he has their full support.
Crisis talks taking place in the building behind me. A letter being circulated by allies of the Prime Minister trying to shore up support, but it's competing with the almost 100 Labour MPs who say he should go.
Hello, a warm welcome to Downing Street on what is increasingly febrile day in British politics. Resignations, statements of support, 3 junior ministers have gone, but no change at the top. On Wednesday morning, the King is due to address Parliament. His Majesty will outline the agenda of his government for his next parliamentary term. But with less than 24 hours until that speech, there's still no guarantee who will actually be leading that government. So Kier Starmer did chair a meeting in his cabinet this morning and vowed he would be staying put and would get on with governing. Before that meeting, one of his leaders.
Question on everyone's lips, yeah? Who's going to resign next? Okay, in the comments, let me know. Will it be Lammy? Who, who else is going to flee the ship that's sinking?
Rebuke of the Prime Minister, Miss Phillips, the Minister for the Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls, accused him of being far too timid. I think you're a good man fundamentally, she wrote, but the desire not to have an argument means we rarely make an argument, leaving opportunities for progress, sleep and delay. In reference to online grooming, she said it's taken me a year to get you to threaten to legislate in this space. This is the definition of incremental change, nothing more. Also resigning today, Miatta Fampola, the Communities and Faith Minister, and the Victims Minister, Alex Davis-Jones, both called on the Prime Minister to set out a timetable for his departure. And as you can see on screen, the list of Labour MPs calling on him to do the same is beginning to grow. It's now 8-2. After the cabinet meeting, several members of the cabinet emerged from number 10. Some taking the unusual step of speaking to reporters outside, indicating their support for the Prime Minister. Can you just scroll past this next bit? I just said this, the number of MPs calling on him to go. 84. All right.
It certainly is, Martin. And I've got to say that over the course of the last 24 hours, this has been the time when everything has really gathered pace. It was during your show yesterday, Martin, that we started to see the occasional Member of Parliament say that the Prime Minister should go, turn into a steadier drumbeat. And by the end of your programme, it did really feel like there was something afoot in Westminster. That, of course, continued into the evening, and we saw resignations from the government payroll votes, those 6 parliamentary private secretaries declaring they had no confidence in the Prime Minister. Now today, as you've been saying, 3 ministers of this government resigning their roles, some with the most scathing things to say about the Prime Minister. And this does feel like it is the beginning rather than the end of what is afoot in Westminster today. Behind me, we've seen senior figures in the Prime Minister's team head into Downing Street in order to, no doubt, conduct crisis meetings and help coordinate the Prime Minister's rearguard action. His response to what feels like an unstoppable force, that feels like the sands in Westminster have been shifting. And in the words of Boris Johnson, as he stood outside the building behind me in July 2022, saying these words, "When the herd moves, it moves." It feels like the Labour herd has, it's getting on for 100 Labour MPs who have said they have no confidence in the Prime Minister. It's hard to see how he'll see out this term in Parliament, even if he does manage to survive the the coming few days. But will he be able to survive those coming few days? All eyes are on what the Cabinet might do. Reportedly, Wes Streeting tried to speak to the Prime Minister face-to-face after the Cabinet meeting today. In the Cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister said, "We're not talking about leadership here, we can do that one-on-one." And then Wes Streeting tried to do that one-on-one and was rebuffed, and the Prime Minister refused to hear from him. That's according to reports from another broadcaster. Now, if that is indeed the case, the Prime Minister has gone into bunker mode, refusing to listen to criticism and only talking to those who are going to shore up his position. That is not a healthy place for the Prime Minister to be in, and clearly things may well go south fairly quickly.
I listened to one of the Labour deputies this morning on BBC Radio, Margaret Hodge, who says, "You've done remember this is still factual." I would put it to her that it looks increasingly factual. There's a session of Labour MPs close to the health sector, which calls for you've got Joe Morris, parliamentary private secretary, along with two other ministerial saying we're not going to accept any decisions or a fully democratic process if there is a leadership election, obviously opposed to Wes Streeting taking over. So this split is appearing in the party. And in just the last hour, we had Heidi Alexander, the Transport Secretary, coming out saying, "Look, I'm not speaking on behalf of all the birds." So there are splits all over the Labour Party.
There are absolutely starting, and those splits have still now coming out of some of the as a result of pay close attention to what transition oversee the leadership process, perhaps launched by the party government. That is an indication, their indication they are back to not how seating on the team to find someone who's willing to step down
Just on him being let's just explain that for a second, because excuse me, the rules are very clear that it has to be an MP with 81 names. The practice to those names, and there is no one that has all the signatures. Andy Burnham, according to the strict reading of the rules, is not an MP. So even if he's here to coalesce all those who come out against the Prime Minister around his name, doesn't make any odds.
it doesn't. It's very interesting.
Because he did have an appointment.
Yeah, due to speak at a conference tomorrow, she then now pulled out that day of the trip down to in London, but he's proceeding happening around the government is preparing to set out in this legislative agenda the laws we can bring in the year ahead.
Street, who for several months, according to the reports, has been sort of canvassing opinion, setting out an agenda if things were about to implode. Well, here we are, things are imploding. Where is he?
Well, it's a very good question. Plenty of people questioning whether making an intervention today and it's not widespread. They say we have made it known. So the Prime Minister but at the same time, he is not trigger that would give them
Well, they always say he who chooses and wills the night never wears the crown. Well, we were just thinking back in history. If you to look back at the Prime Minister that lost the election, you probably have to go back all the way to Ted Heath, but actually the person wielding the knife back then was one Margaret Thatcher, and it worked very well for her.
Yeah, but I suppose that was the Conservative Party. Quite so used to.
Not as passionate for regicide as the Conservative Party, perhaps.
Yeah, and certainly doesn't have to have
No, but I think you were right on what is peculiar to this situation. Because right, this will be the seventh Prime Minister. We get a new one in 10 years. And the Conservatives have gone through any number of Prime Ministers. But the point is, it seems that West Street may be hanging off because the party is coalescing around Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham is not in a position to take over. He's in cabinet. You can imagine a scenario where this action will unfold quite quickly.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the argument that are making to that holds, that continues.
Okay, let's pause there, Harry. Do stay with us because joining us is Matt Bishop, Labour MP for Forest and and I think, Mr. Bishop, you are one of those who are urging the Prime Minister to quit immediately. Is this the change, the stability, the different kind of government that you promised us at the general election campaign? So the arrival of Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman and the speech he gave yesterday doesn't reassure you. You've probably heard Harry and I discussing whether this is factual or not. It seems to me the longer this goes on, the more chaotic it becomes, and the more the Labour Party is splitting along the top left and the centre of the party. But who is it that you fancy? Would a timetable solve some of these problems? Can the country indeed wait for the protracted leadership campaign that the Labour Party would have to run?
Mark needs IFB box. Yes. You got it, yeah?
Yeah. I stuck it on me rather than here so I can be no part.
MPs who want the Prime Minister to stay on and get on with the job. Harry was just making the point that the more chaos there is, the more the markets react to it. UK bond rates slumped this morning, and a 0.25 basis point shift equals £17 billion a year extra in interest payments. That's the party playing with people's mortgages, the cost of living. What's his name? Matt Bishop. Would you care to tell us who this is?
Yeah, same channel. Same channel? Same channel. Okay.
Matt Bishop. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take a short break. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Who's your son?
Used to get fed.
Let's start with that. Welcome back to Downing Street while you've been away. We've had a line of news that the Prime Minister has left the building. He's not left his post. He's left the building with Pat McFadden. Where are they going, Harry?
Good, good. Okay, welcome along all. Don't forget to hit that like button, make sure you're subscribed, and I'll leave you with this because I'm going to get something to eat because I'm hungry. I will be watching. I'll be back soon.
Interesting when I was back, not a hat on the front, normally the car comes out in front of the doors. It's during the so, but we've not heard from him today, maybe on this visit.
Perhaps, yeah, we're not entirely clear whether there will be
Markets already on edge. There are no fears that higher oil prices caused by the Iran war might push up inflation and lead to interest rate hikes. So it's not just the UK gilts that are going up. We're seeing this all across Europe right now. The possibility of a change of leadership in the UK and the perceived risk of that leading to looser many obviously unsettling investors. Let's bring in Helen Thomas, financial commentator and former advisor to George Osborne. How concerned do you think we should be about some of the cyclical shifts we've seen in the last week or so? Obviously, there's going to be a debate, you think, in the coming weeks about the direction of the party. Right now, we are spending more money than the government brings in income tax. Is that sustainable? And is that why the markets are reacting in this way? Suggesting these reps to you that the market doesn't like the idea of someone from the soft left of the party taking the level of debt that the UK already has. Would it perhaps create more stability if there was a message that the Chancellor will stay in place?
It's not entirely clear if you bring them all back together again afterwards. It's about unleashing factional tension within the Labour Party, who are going to spend months tearing themselves apart on financial effects, high inflation, internal racism, domestic problems. None of the big policy challenges of the UK are going to be fixed. Sure, Keir Starmer is another great leader. Do you think the Labour will be ready to essentially plunging the country into chaos?
Thomas, thank you very much indeed. So the market's topping in terms of here. Colleagues around Europe, virtually in the Middle East. This is
There's sometimes a few rockets that you see as well. Up the yard. Either that or it's no rocket. Up the yard.
Let's take a short break. You're watching that, Joe O'Brien. Gareth, are you ready for that? The 5:30 announcement. Harry says.
Yeah, sure.
What's the official home of football? What is it like?
Just warning you, the official shot. Thank you.
Welcome back to Anderson. While you've been away, we've had some news from MPs in the Labour Party who've come out in support of Rugby. But I was just thinking to myself, they've been away from Westminster for last week, been away campaigning in their constituencies. We don't really know what the true number is. Tomorrow they come back together, and there will be pressure going both ways because some of these MPs who haven't yet declared are getting it in the neck from council leaders, from council members who lost their seats. Tomorrow might be Cambridge. And the Prime Minister has just left Downing Street to go on a visit with Pat Fano this afternoon to talk about apprenticeships. He's really rolling from one difficult day to another at the moment because tomorrow he doesn't care. Once he's been summoned by Black Rod and King has read the speech, then he will back into the chamber. There'll be a huge debate about the King's speech, and then with the MPs on his own backbenchers who stand up and publicly Westminster tomorrow. They'll sit and listen to the King's speech, and then at some point into the near future, they'll have to vote on it on the government's agenda. At some point, the 84 MPs, if that's the current tally we're at, will decide that they want to make a stand, and that's quite a sizable rebellion. The former leader of the Scottish Labour Party and Secretary of State of Scotland, Jim Murphy's been on 5 Live, he's been on that George programme this afternoon. And just read you something of what he said, Sonia. He said, some of these people are calling on the Prime Minister to go think they're in an episode of The West Wing or The House of Cards, and actually they're in danger of sounding like people from the thick of it. There's all sorts of insults flying around in different wings of the party at the moment, but if it were to be something like The West Wing or The House of Cards, what do you imagine is going on in Cabinet? Those on the top left, the ones you get right, is Joe Morris, his BPS, who along with 2 other ministerial aides close to him, asked the Prime Minister to quit. There's a significant number of Streeting's allies on the backbenches who sided with him and asked the Prime Minister to go. So he's already in that position, really, of wielding the knife. Why wouldn't he come out and say, right, this is what I planned for, this is what I want? situations we are currently in is that Labour lost power for the first time since devolution in the Senate. And just a short time ago, Prime Cymru's Rhiannon Iorwerth was sworn in as First Minister. Let's watch a little bit of that. Say that again. Yeah. Yeah. My bank account's can't check it. That's what the office is charged. If they change it in the future. About TFL. TFL. Just have around it. Just send me. I do have clarity. Yes. What? So I initially tried to go in and cancel. Didn't let me go through. So I had to step back and retry. So I don't know. You didn't do that 5 times. Once. So I was like,
That's fine. Just at some point in the next hour, I need to write this radio script. That's fine. I've got loads of time.
okay. Rhiannon Iorwerth, the new First Minister of Wales, beginning of a new era in Wales after the domination of Labour in the Senate since 1989.
Well, I'm back with you guys. I couldn't find anything going on. But don't forget, while I'm here, like, subscribe, and all that jazz for me. Be much appreciated. Thank you for joining. I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but I've been live now for 4.5 hours. So thank you everyone who's been on this journey with us, and hopefully we can see the back of him with a bit of luck.
In the top job in the Labour Party. So unless the leader resigns, the only way a leadership election can be triggered is if Labour MPs launch a challenge. And any challenge would need the support of 20% of Labour MPs. Based on current numbers, the majority of the Labour Party has, would need 81 Labour MPs would need to get signed once the contender. At that point, the challenger nominees would need to get support from 5% of constituency parties, so the backing of these 3 affiliates of the Labour Party. 2 of them would have to be trade unions. Nominees must be Labour MPs, which of course is problematic right now for Andy Burnham. That currently rules him out until he gets a seat back
Let's hear from Ian Murray, the Minister of State for Media, Tourism and Creative Industries, who says today that MPs need to keep confidence.
much indeed, as you say. That statement from Graham Downey brings us to 85 MPs who have now called on the Prime Minister to set a timetable to go. But as I made the point earlier this afternoon, that doesn't necessarily mean that all 85 are careless behind one candidate. In fact, what we've seen through the course of the afternoon are some quite deep splits in the party. A chaotic situation around the Prime Minister currently, which does look his position looking quite untenable. You're watching BBC News. Okay. Is that any better?
Is that any better? We're talking about this level, hopefully, not muffled.
Great. Steve. Are the heads updated with those numbers? Live from Downing Street, this is BBC News. Turmoil and chaos in British politics as 85 MPs urge Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer to quit immediately or draw up a timetable to leave. 3 ministers resign, one of them, Jess Phillips, telling Starmer that deeds, not words, matter. But the Prime Minister says he is staying put, telling his cabinet he will get on with government.
Crisis talks in the building behind me. The Prime Minister has clearly told senior allies that a rearguard action must be organised. The letter is circulating amongst Labour MPs in favour of the Prime Minister, but it's competing with those who say he should go, a number that keeps climbing.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to Downing Street on what does feel like an increasingly febrile moment in British politics. Resignations, statements of support, 3 junior ministers gone, but no change currently at the top. Sir Kier Starmer currently on a visit with Pat McFadden, the Work and Secretary, Work and Pensions Secretary. But this afternoon, before that, he was in Downing Street with his cabinet, spelling out to them that he would get on with governing. This is the situation as it currently stands. We have 3 ministers that have gone, 3 junior ministers, 85 Labour MPs. The list is on your screen.
The cat is out. The cat. Meow.
Continue to tick upwards through the afternoon. In the last hour, there's been a strong showing of support for the Prime Minister as well. More than 100 Labour MPs reportedly signing a statement backing the Prime Minister and urging their colleagues to start working together. After this morning's meeting here at number 10, several cabinet ministers, cabinet secretaries emerged to speak with reporters. Not usual for them to stop by the cameras and give some comment, but all of them who came to the cameras indicating their support for the Prime Minister.
No, he's there on the doorstep to wave him goodbye when he leaves.
Scroll up for me a little bit. Thanks. Thank you.
Prime Minister fights back, and I'm smiling actually. I just spotted Larry on the doorstep there. No, you see, yes. If Sir Kier Starmer goes, Larry will be on his 7th Prime Minister. David Cameron was the first. What struck me about, first of all, this morning in the Cabinet meeting was the wording of the Prime Minister's statement. I thought very legalistic. Now, his brief, Lord Hermer, the Attorney General, was in here last night, and I wouldn't be surprised.
So there is support within the cabinet.
The Labour Party has a process for challenging a lead from the top in trade. And all the ministers come out and said that process hasn't started yet. Process, and the real Keir Starmer thing, the letter of the law. I mean, it's like a lawyer who says,
we rarely make an
my client has not been charged, therefore you need to release him. So the Prime Minister has been released temporarily. He said that the process hasn't started, so we fight on. Margaret Thatcher famously said we fight on, and they quit the next day. I mean, there's so many Prime Ministers over the years who battled on. I mean, Brown, who was hired by the Prime Minister at the weekend, actually like months ago.
He was photographed arriving at Euston Station. He, of course, can't make a bid to the Prime Minister at the moment, as he's not an MP, but many of those who want Starmer to quit want a process that would give them time to find available to. And there are some suggestions, in fact, in the Times newspaper today, that at least one MP has offered to stand aside to trigger a by-election. Another potential candidate is the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, that you'll see from the pictures of him leaving number 10 this afternoon that he's not, for the moment at least, making any comment, but we do have our eye on him. We're joined here by our political correspondent, Harry Foley, intriguing that West Streeting still not making any public statement, but not just him. Ed Miliband, who called on the Prime Minister to set a timetable, and Siobhan Mahmood, the three key figures really within the Cabinet who are asking the Prime Minister to think about leaving his position.
Either went to bed thinking, oh,
Do you expect one of them to make tender a resignation?
my God, I'm going to fight back. And he's gone for that option, hasn't he, today? As you've just said, a lot of his allies have been ordered to sign a letter backing him.
To the Prime Minister directly.
I don't know, what, 4 or 5 ministers came out and backed him. And of course, the real great bit of the soap opera this morning at Cabinet was when Wes Streeting came out of that door there and scurried down the street without saying a word. I think we might be able to see some of that now.
Prime Minister and not you know 24 hours or so. But at the same time, while we have resignations that you mentioned, while that list of MPs calling for the Prime Minister is ticking up, reaching 85 now, at the same time we have letters being circulated by loyal to the Prime Minister, more than 100 that then stands over junior rank of the government's payroll. Signing a statement saying this is no time for a leadership.
Didn't they say he was going to start
devastating set of results that shows you have a hard job ahead.
No, the 5:30 one is.
Starts today, so
It's just two of them. No way.
how the event is going to go.
But that letter from Jess Phillips, who she doesn't hold a very senior position in government, but she does hold a position in the minds of the British public. She's a very visible figure within the Labour Party, and she's saying, and she's spelling it out quite clearly in that letter, that the Prime Minister has not acted swiftly, has not got on with the job that he promised to do 2 years ago at the general election, and ultimately losses that she has seen in her own constituency in Birmingham are at his point.
Absolutely. Completely devastated about Jess Phillips' statement, her letter. It was not just, as you say, her prominent political figure, how well known she is, but the context of it. She said that she had tried over a year to get the Prime Minister to act in an area she was responsible for, for children, to share to go over a year to threaten instrumental for that. She's absolutely devastating critique from a proposition, but also in an area of law, an area of policy, the Prime Minister wanting to demonstrate his passion about or spoke about recently.
The statement from the Cabinet makes no mention of the leadership, but we all know, we've done this job long enough, that inside there, the chief whip is talking to the Prime Minister, he's giving him the tally. The loyalists are trying to lobby other MPs and other ministers around them. But that figure ticks up. We're now at 86, I've just been told in my ear, 86 MPs who asked him to set out.
Yes, this is curious, isn't it? It's clearly an organisation by Downing Street attempting to show that the Labour Party isn't wholly obsessed with getting rid of this Prime Minister, and yet, if we look at the numbers, roughly 100 have said that the Prime Minister should go, roughly 100 are saying the Prime Minister should stay, and that leaves around 200 Labour MPs who are yet to make a comment on this, either in private to Downing Street or in public to the press. That leaves a huge amount of uncertainty in terms of what's going to happen over the coming hours and indeed days. Clearly, there are a lot of people sitting on their powder, keeping it dry ahead of what is going to happen, because so many Labour MPs, indeed an absolute majority of Labour MPs, are yet to come down from one side of the fence or the other. And that leads this sort of strange situation where we find ourselves now. crisis talks in the building behind me. The Prime Minister's top team trying to organise a rearguard action, that letter being a primary spot of focus for them. And yet, yes, curious that they are not putting out the names on that letter as of yet. I would be surprised, frankly, Martin, if they did not release the names in the coming hours, because it would start to look like they are unable to cajole their own MPs to support their own Prime Minister. That begins to look terminal. But clearly, we have also seen public declarations from members of Parliament, not just from one faction or another, but from the left of the party, from the right of the party, some even careerists within the party. I mean, we are seeing individuals across the length and breadth of the Labour Party saying it's time for Keir Starmer to go. Those names are public. Many more are saying as such behind the scenes. Still more have clearly not decided what to do yet. So much of politics is a game of guessing where the crown is going to land, and in doing so try to advance your own position within the government. Clearly, no one knows where the crown is going to land, if indeed it will fall off the Prime Minister's head. And this is all in the context of course, the prorogued Parliament as it is today, MPs not all in Westminster, returning tomorrow, of course, for the King's speech and the days of debate that will come ahead, after the King's speech on the government's agenda. Could it really be that we start to see the moving of a leadership election while that process is ongoing? Well, possibly. As you say, Martin, 3 ministers resigning today. That's on top of the 6 parliamentary private secretaries who resigned yesterday, and we're getting on for 100 members of Parliament of the Labour Party saying it's time for Keir Starmer to go. Clearly, things are in a level of crisis.
So the fight back is on, and it's a bit like John Major when he said put up or shut up. And what happened then was that John Redwood challenged him, and of course he saw off that challenge. So the pressure, I suppose, is the pressure really is on those who want to challenge to fight up the burn. Mayor of Greater Manchester about here in London. Well, all sorts of stories. He was seen getting on the train in Manchester. He's coming down to London. There was a story that he was going to meet some MPs. Ooh, interesting, we all thought. But I think that's been denied, although I think what...
With respect, he's just tossed out his calendar.
...for a meeting of sorts. I think some MPs are going to be present. Now, he may have come down, of course, to try and twist the arm of some veteran North West of England MP. Come on, I'll make sure you get a seat in the House of Lords if you retire. So that's a conspiracy theory perhaps, but conspiracy theories in politics, well, come true, don't they? Must go and see it. My wife's been to see it, I haven't seen it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about delivery and the need to deliver on the promises you made in the election, but right now this looks like the sort of chaos we're having down the street while the Conservatives win. What do you say to people around the country who sit down to watch this set-piece event tomorrow?
Geordie lad was gobby, but then all Geordies are, aren't they?
They might be scratching their heads saying, well, who's going to deliver that agenda? Is the Prime Minister even going to be there by the end of the week? good to have you on the programme. Thank you very much indeed for that. Management just joined me with his thoughts on what is unfolding after this short break. Around the world and across the UK, watching BBC News. How's that? Welcome back to Downing Street. BBC Radio 5's Matt Chorley is here. He's just come off his programme. What sort of reaction have you been gathering so far?
So, I think it's becoming clear there were two campaigns in the Labour Party. We know there were 84 who said and there are now 100 who decided to hold the what's not clear from those 84 in terms of what did they agree on, they can't
comes out against the brand. Because we just had another. So we're now up to, that's 86. Jen Craft. 87 I'm being told. It literally is ticking up one by one every hour. Jen Craft, who says, it's after much consideration with a heavy heart that I described the Prime Minister's step aside, much has been accomplished on it.
Right, I think I'm going to call it in a little while. About back until 4:30, another 10 minutes. And I'm going to call it a day on this. This stream will probably end soon anyway. But I just want to say thanks everyone for joining. Don't forget to hit that like and make sure you're subscribed. Thank you very much. Right, there you go. Yeah, let's wrap this up because there's nothing happening at the moment. I think we've heard most of the news today, I believe. But if anything does happen, I'll come back again and do another live, okay? Or I'll put a video out, all right? But thank you so much, everyone. Today it's been 5 hours. It's been quite a long time for me. So, all the best. And we'll catch you all soon. If not, I will be live tomorrow from 11:30 with the state opening of Parliament. And of course, if you're not around for that, I'll be around on Saturday for the United Kingdom March in London. And next Thursday, we have Mayor of London questions with Sadiq Khan. So that will be interesting. I know you will like that one. Okay. Many thanks, everybody. Have a great evening. And we will leave it there.